Okay, how about now? Huh. I can explain. I can explain. I can explain. Okay, so you know how I got voice mod, right? Well, apparently their new beta version of the fuck you. The new beta version of their app was so bad that they had to just revert to the old version of voice mod. Pretty funny. Messed with all my sounds again. Like it messed with my sounds the moment I installed the new version, the version 3 beta. And then it did that again when I uninstalled it. And then when I uninstalled the new version, which was just the old version, it fucked with the sounds again. Damn it. And so every time it does that, it resets the default microphone in OBS. Well, it's funny too because it says it's like mic on, right? But it was just because it had fucked with the source. God damn it. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, like I was saying, even though nobody could hear what I was saying, I'm still a little sick. Yesterday I had like a fever when I woke up, lethargic, dizzy, all the shit. Today I just am trying to nurse out the sore throat and a cough. But everything else I feel fine, energy wise, all good. Are you Gracante? Huh? No, you have your founder badge. No, you have it on my end. You're all good on my end. You got your founder. Happens to me every Windows update. Damn it. Oh, thank you for letting me know. It's fine. It was only within the first 10 minutes that we had this audio issues, so whatever. Today we are just doing some miscellaneous stuff. I want to do mood boards. I want to fix pillar, so instead of get rid of NPC pillar, rename to storytelling or something. Damn, it could have go quiet. It's back. Have to uninstall Twitch. Yeah, true. Be funny pantomime stream. I mean, that might be better for my voice, to be honest. Like, I can fix the sore throat during the day, right? I can just, suck on some stuff. Don't clip that. And drink some hot tea, right? It's during the nighttime that it's terrible. It's like somebody stabbing my. Don't clip that either. Stabbing my throat with a knife. Mood boards for world corruption. I'm just gonna put like thing. It doesn't mean these will be individual ones, but just some things that I want to include in there. Activities. Those are the big three because those are the big three. Get rid of NPC pillar, renamed a storyteller or something. That should be good. What'd you send on Discord? In-game monetization keeps getting murkier. Okay, we might be able to do this today. How long is it? 15 minutes? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep the tab open. We shall keep the tab open. I feel like there was something else too today. Oh yeah, I wanna do any of you guys have like ADHD problems? Like forgetful, kind of disorganized? You have a trouble like focusing sometimes? So I'm pretty sure I have that. I don't know what it is. It could just be I'm dying. I'm getting older. And this is the realization that I'm not going to be my 20s very soon. 1.8.2. Current state of the world? I don't know about that. I don't care. Okay, I won't say I don't care about like world events. Look, the 8 long live chaos Twitch scam you is back. I will remember to open my tap this evening. I might have forgotten to last night. I hope you're okay. I was sick, but I am going to add a bleach to my food as well. That sounds pretty good. That gets rid of COVID, right? That's true. That's true. And the money will come to me if I just keep my tap open. Watch these bots get me in trouble for like for view botting or I don't know, follow bots. 1.8.2. Okay. I don't either. When did they join Twitch? Account created 11 minutes ago. Following since 3 minutes ago. Man, it took you 8 minutes to follow me? Bruh. They don't even hang around either. They like immediately leave the chat. I do have zero lonely e-girl user. I don't know if that's a real person or not though. They have 752 followers. Well, lonely e-girl, I'll keep you company. You can feel safe here. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, there's this new product that I saw last night, and I bought one. Like the moment I heard that it existed, I bought it. New line of dildos. I wish. It is a very very slim wearable microphone with built-in AI that transcribes what's being said during like meetings and then uses AI to summarize that. And it can detect who is talking, so it can accurately determine what individuals say and then summarize each of their points. And for me, this is like this is like huge. Because I mean, think if I'm like in a pitch, right? I'm doing a pitch, 30 minutes. I gotta get facts in there, talk, make sure what's being said is, good. And then afterwards, I'm usually having to prepare for another meeting or I'm doing something else, right? Because it's a busy day. I absolutely forget the things that were said there, and I don't have time to take notes because I'm the one pitching, right? So being able to get a transcription of that meeting, of that pitch, have it make notes and summarize it, especially if it can, determine a place where I say, oh, I don't know the answer to that. I'll get back to you later with it, right? It can remember that. It can summarize that and things that I need to, get back to the person with. And I believe one of the things they're trying to do in the future is also to draft emails, things like that. Obviously, I wouldn't just send AI generated email, but it would help me remember, okay, I need to send this person an email. This is what I need to include in it. Like that to me is exactly what AI is huge for. I mean, you can try to build it for 15 minutes and then sell it, right? Because I just bought this for $100. Absolutely worth it. And it's very small. It's like that big. Clips magnetic clip onto your shirt. It's pretty nice. Oh yeah. Yeah. They had a pretty nice demo of it working in this launch video. Like, I was sold on the idea when I heard it. I watched this and I was sold on it. I think it works really well. And as this person says, much more exciting than the release of Apple Vision Pro. This is actually very useful to me. And it gets 100 hours battery life. It's pretty incredible. Okay, what do we want to start with? Do we want to do the mood board? You know, I want to generate some mood boards. I mean, it is just a recording device and a Wi-Fi receiver. Not really. So it does have voice recognition, and just recording is one thing, but being able to do voice to text is, with AI assistance, is pretty nice. It's also got really good privacy features, so they don't they encrypt all your data. That way, it's, you know, safer. There's consent mode and like that. Yeah, but that requires a GPU. This is cloud-based. So I think it's worth it, especially because it's $100 and you get the device actually. Bluetooth as well, not just Wi-Fi. It's worth watching the video. It's only 10-minute video, but it's worth watching. I think for $100 it sold me. You pay for the traffic, somewhat. So I kind of like their pricing model. It's pretty fair from what I saw. Let me find it again here. So you get unlimited audio storage and 10 hours per month of AI features, which I think for most people who do like just normal meetings, I think 10 hours is pretty fair. I mean, maybe some people do more than 10 hours of meetings every month. I don't think I would for most months, but then you can do a $19 per month for unlimited usage of that. So what's nice is that I'll just buy like a month when I need it for if I'm going to a big convention, and then just live off of free for the rest of the time. The nice thing is they don't block you from getting your audio storage back after. I assume that 10 hours is literally just 10 hours of it listening to you, or just listening in, right? That's what I'm assuming. How much money is it? Oh, am I sharing the right? I forgot I was still on cam. Sorry guys, I'm still a little sick. I thought I was showing my screen. Free, 10 hours per month of AI features, unlimited audio storage. And then yearly 19 per month, or monthly it's 29 per month. So my plan is like, because it's not gonna launch till August, unfortunately, so I won't have it for Digital Dragons. But no, free is 10 hours, monthly is unlimited, or the subscription is unlimited. So you pay $100, you get 10 hours a month free. So literally, the rest of its existence, you can just live off of free if you don't do more than 10 hours of meetings a month. And you have access to your storage forever, so you don't need to like pay to re-access it or something. Which I think is pretty fair. I think that's pretty fair. Different colors. Get your pink. And it's very small. It looks pretty large here, but they've zoomed in.
I've got something really exciting to show you. Accents. And
So
16
it's
next
this
class.
it's this small. Like it's a pretty decent size, I think. And depending on how light it is, it does say it's an aluminum body, so I assume it's pretty light. Did like the
That doesn't look right. Let's drop the 6. Just $99.
yeah, I mean that's a pretty fair price for what it is. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. For $99, I'm okay with that. He showed a real, this is a real-time demo of him talking as well,
Here are real-time notes generated for me.
and I can appreciate that. I think the software looks pretty nice. It does connect up to your phone, so that's really nice too. And it encrypts your data, and they included a roadmap here. So yeah, for $100, I think that's absolutely worth it. The thing is that nobody's making this though, so no matter how difficult it is, like live transcription can generate preparation notes based on previous meetings and can summarize the entire transcription. That to me is huge. I mean, that is worth more than $100 for me, because that saves me hours and hours and hours of hard work. Hey, Werewolf. Yeah, I haven't seen this in a product yet. How you doing? I'm doing really good. I'm still a little sick, but I'm hopefully gonna get better. We'll see. Or I'll die. And you guys can finish Cauldron Chronicles for me. I also really like that the your data is encrypted. I really, really like that. You're doing good too, that's nice. Saw it as a Kickstarter scam a while ago, not specifically, but others. I'm not surprised. This to me is the one thing that I really wanted AI for. Generating random shit, kind of funny sometimes. It's good for, but it's like you see me on stream. I use it for summarizing as an assistant, and having this as a wearable tech, especially when I forget things all the time. This is gonna be great. I can just focus on speaking with other people, and I don't have to worry about taking notes. So if it works as it is intended, and I'm okay with being an early adopter of this technology, right? Especially for $100, then we'll see. We'll just see how it works. It also has something which is pretty cool too, called a consent mode. So if somebody doesn't give their consent to being recorded, it will automatically block any of their lines from being transcribed. It will say like, oh, person B talked here, and that's it, but has not given their consent. So that's kind of nice. I do like that something like this really does need to be built with privacy in mind. And I like that they included that from day one. Data is anonymized, and data will never be sold. Good shit. Okay, so yeah, I bought one of those yesterday. And we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll use it for like a stream. I don't know if I can record a full stream, but maybe for 1 hour. Like my avatar. Thank you so much. That's Riley the Raptor. Name's Riley. Alright, I'm gonna be getting some images up here on the side while we work through our pillars. I'm gonna be putting in a prompt. Oh god, I totally forget how to properly prompt Midjourney. for the ooh. Prompt, young man fishing in a pond in a forest. Stylized anime. esque. Oh god, what do I have to append to the back end of Midjourney to get the best results? Oh yeah, okay. I remember some stuff now. It's all coming back. We'll see what we get with that. Okay, and in the back we will rechange this to from NPCs to, I think storytelling is the way that I want to do it. Don't look at that. Game dev, production, not production. Oh, but I did want to include that. I forgot about that. I need to include the production. So many things I'm thinking about. Yeah, that does make sense. I wonder if they'll change their... if they'll change their pricing model at some point, because even just offering free usage for 10 hours is pretty big. I really don't expect... I don't know, I mean, if you do a 10-minute call every day, right, that's barely 4 hours maybe of meetings. If you do a weekly meeting for an hour, I mean, that's only 4 hours of use for most people in their work time. Even 2 meetings for 4 hours, and it's like, or 2 meetings a week for 1 hour. It's like you're not even reaching 10 hours of usage. So I'll be curious to see what they do with it. You sell data like Facebook. Actually, they mentioned, I think he mentions that in that 10-minute video. Either he does or I'm just mistaking that with a different video I watched. That they're not selling their data, and even if they could, it will be encrypted. And that would also apply to governments too. So even if they subpoena audio evidence, it'll still be encrypted. Maybe I should drop the illustration. I don't like that. Let me see if Midjourney changed its prompt. If I need to read its documentation. Documentation. Where's there, like, the stuff that you can append to a prompt? The parameters. I kind of hope so. To me, the usage of AI as an assistant is something I desperately need. I don't know if that's just me. Parameters. Image. Have you ever tried using like no plants? The negative prompting? I've never tried doing that. Yeah, I mean, there's so many mistakes that stuff like that uses, which is why anybody who's like a professional programmer probably shouldn't be using it for programming. Automatic one, what? What is that? Oh, there's a new model. Model 5. Tried using Niji too. UI shell for AI models is usually better if you use open source models. At some point, I'd like to use an open source model and train it with design documentation. For each game that we make. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. But when it comes time for that, I think that's going to be a huge thing for our game dev. But I especially need one that will, if it doesn't know the answer, it says that. Like if it can't find that within the documentation, you know, it needs like a confidence. And if I can adjust the confidence percentage, you know, just to make sure that if somebody's asking it a question about how the game's going to work or what's going to be in the game and it's reading from all these documentation sources, that it doesn't, you know, lie or make something up. Yeah. Hopefully. We'll see how that happens. Like, and to be clear, I don't want it to replace design. I want to train it on the design documents and like discussions of design that happen. I know people might not have been thinking that, but just to clarify that I'm not trying to replace game design with with AI. But in order for people to, oh, I have a question about the game, but I don't want to bother, you know, like the designers because they're busy. Let me see if this, you know, Microraptor AI model has. Yeah, trading commercial ones costly and open ones are kind of stupid. Yeah, yeah. We'll get there. How are you feeling? I feel fine. I just have a really sore throat and I'm still nursing a cough. Let me try this without the illustration. Hydrate? Okay, I can hydrate. It's a good idea. Customer service is where AI would shine, that's true. Like, even if it's too, just like bare bones to help guide you towards the right articles. I don't know, I think there's a lot of uses in just augmenting the pain points of daily life, right? Like, oh, I hate having to take notes in meetings. Boom, AI. No. I'd take AI support over call center India guy. Yeah, it's because usually they aren't like trained. I mean, they're just used because they're cheap. It's too busy. These are. It's just these are too busy of images. There's way too much going on. How do I make these not so busy? so busy. You like Riley? Hopefully we'll get some merchandise with Riley on it. Adding the prompts to me along the lines of simple background. Okay, I can do that. I swear, it didn't used to be this... You know what I mean? Like, it didn't used to be this busy with things. Should find what prompts I did with, I don't want to dox my mid-journey. I mean, it's always been kind of busy, right? Look at this. I'm gonna try version 5.2 as well, instead of 6. Let's try it. Better try harder. Okay, let's copy over the NPC's pillar then, and we can figure that. To storytelling. Capitalized. Okay. It's a bit better. Where are these fish? Why are these fish on top of the water? I don't mind the one in the upper left. I don't mind it. I mean, really, all I need is a concept, right? It needs to match the vibe and the atmosphere without being ridiculous and kind of off-putting. So, yeah, we can upscale one. I'll do variants too. Midjourney is paid? Yeah, it is. $10 minimum. A fishing pole is kind of ridiculous, but again, I don't need it to be accurate. I'm not trying to put this up on like on anything crazy. Where are the Cauldron Chronicles? Concept. Slap it on a Kickstarter and watch the bucks flow. I feel like a lot of people are really wondering why I'm not doing anything promotional with Cauldron Chronicles yet, especially not like any marketing. Or I don't have a Steam page up. And it's purely because I hate the idea of misrepresenting what the game is and will be. Even the thought of it. I don't like these. I don't like what we came up with on Friday with these. Okay, we'll keep him there though. Human. No, I was gonna add like relatable, but it's not really relatable when somebody wants to kill somebody else unless you're a murderer. So, but it is human. The human problem. So I won't put relatable, we'll just keep it the way it is. Storytelling. What's the pillar of the storytelling in Cauldron Chronicles? Mom, don't agree with throwing it on Kickstarter. We're not trying to scam people. Damn it. At 2, Brute. Stop trying to just do it. Subtlety. Retelling. Choices, subtlety. Are you trying to tell me that impactful is not a word? Google. Really? That's a pretty good point. That's a pretty good point. You're not wrong. You're not wrong that I'm not lying about its premise and progress. Like, I would just put prototype footage, right? As in the bottom. And not in, like, super tiny, hard to read, but in observably visible sized font. Like this. Here's the screenshot, and it would be, this is prototype. That's how big it would be. However, my hesitation to even do that, even though I think you're right, is that players still don't have a significant... Also true. Players don't seem to have a significant understanding of farts, number one, and of what a prototype is and where it falls within the production timeline. So if I showed them the alchemy system the way it is now... True. Also, that's not as loud as it used to be. Me? Oh, my sound alerts were turned down a little bit. Bump them back up. I turned it back up. Okay, I'll play it again, look. I'll play it again for you. I'll pretend to get scared so that you don't feel scammed. Ah! Didn't induce heart attack refund. So yeah, I just don't think players understand fully what a prototype is, and I don't blame them just because developers aren't known for showing off prototype versions of their games, specifically because they look so bad, but also by doing that, now players don't understand what early game dev looks like. You know, it's like, it's a double-edged sword. You can't release it because it looks bad, but if you release it, then it looks bad. I think developers should just do it and get it over with and start to explain more what their games look like in early stages. Another thing is because of like, is there a reason you don't show how chicken nuggets are made? That's true. I think also there's just a protection of intellectual property, which is understandable. And the fact that the moment you start sharing early versions of your game, it's kind of considered, for some games, it's considered like marketing. Imagine From Software sharing what their next game looks like already. It immediately is going to start a hype train, right? And it will die out because it will just take so much time before that initial release to the actual release of the game, right? So, problem is expectations, I agree. I hate to say it because it sounds almost like I'm attacking players and gamers, but there's a level of fault on developers and publishers with some of these things, and there's a level of fault on expectations from gamers. But I think that they feed into each other. So, you know, bad practices, manipulation leads to this, and then this leads to increasing budgets and development timelines, which then feeds back into distrust and it's a cycle that keeps repeating until it gets broken. Choices with NPC stories need to be yeah, that's true. See, I say impactful on an emotional level. I think that needs to be defined. Because for me as a designer, I think, okay, impactful on an emotional level just means it needs to elicit emotions. It needs to be, this has something to say about the character to make you feel any emotion. And if you aren't feeling anything, then it's not doing its job. But I think people can often think, oh, so it needs to make you sad or angry or something. I think it's okay to be worded like this. You have consequences that change the player's surroundings. I like the direction of that more. Just need to have consequences that change players' understanding or view of the NPC or maybe that's a better way to put it. Choices with NPC stories need to have consequences that change the player's understanding or view of the NPC and world. Because again, if I say like they need to have something to say, it almost feels like, oh, so you're gonna be, inserting your viewpoint of the world into this, or forcing your ideology down people's throats, right? Which isn't the case, but that's how I might interpret it, especially if I were distrustful. It kind of is. I mean, if we do it properly, based solely on the player's point of view. Well, I mean, that would be the goal. It's certainly the goal. Could we even achieve that, just because writers will always have a bias, right? I don't think our game will ever cater to... It can't cater to everybody, right? Not everybody's going to be satisfied with the level of storytelling we do, but... I don't know. They are a means to tell a narrative. I mean, what I mean by it is that while I think we can have different characters have different storylines that go into different directions, I don't want it to be. You know how in like Starfield, and I didn't mind this because I generally usually play like a good character in games, right? I'm Paragon, not Renegade. Starfield was very pro Paragon. It was not a game where you were really meant to be an evil character. There was a big lack of moral variety. But if you were a Paragon player, I don't think it was as bad as if you were going into it expecting to be like a evil Knievel, right? Write characters for the sake of them and let them evolve on their own, even if disjointed. I agree. I agree. Like, we may not offer every single moral option with every single NPC, right? Because that would just be unmanageable. But if we try to offer a relatively equal amount of options with the NPCs in total, I mean, I do steal a lot. I'm a Paragon kleptomaniac. I want to do everything that's right in the world, but also everything in your house is mine. Right? I believe in justice and fairness and equality, and also that all of your valuables are also mine now. I will say, I did, if you really get into the idea of not trying to kill innocents, I like their system of essentially being able to, like, in one time you can try to make an excuse for it, and you know it'll change it, but then if you keep doing it, like, it was exploring some interesting things in RPG games that I haven't seen done too often, but I don't think it did it as well or as deep as it should have if it were trying to achieve that. It felt like it was trying to evolve Bethesda games, but only went puddle deep. I think it is a great idea, but it has to be a game that's built around morality much more succinctly. Like the Pathfinder games do a pretty good job of that. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like I said, I think it was trying to evolve Bethesda games in a way that might have been smart if it were done to a much deeper level. But in doing so, it also neutered all the things that made Bethesda games so unique in the first place. Okay, what's the last one? Do we want to put like that subtlety that we originally had, I think? Okay, I mean we could, but I'm using evolve here what's the word? In relation to Bethesda games. No, Fallout 4 had like dislike, but they didn't have a character outright leaving you in a understandable way, right? It's the Bethesda had the telltale style of this person is displeased by this, and I much more enjoy a system that feels more natural, where a character has a set of moral principles, and breaking really strong moral principles immediately can sever that connection. Which, again, I think the Pathfinder games have done really well with that. I just don't think it did it well enough. I mean, games are being watered down. All media is being watered down, not treating you like an intelligent individual. Oh, I can also say too, I finished the Fallout TV show. I also finished it. I don't want to spoil it just in case anybody here has not seen it. I enjoyed it. I still think that second episode had some just weird stuff, but it very quickly became more enjoyable. And I enjoyed the characters. I think there were some... I don't know, for me it's like a 7 out of 10. Honestly, it was watchable, it was enjoyable. Characters have infinite luck, plot armor, and in general dumb. Yeah, but I think it was also not trying to be a TV show as much as it was trying to be an adaptation of what it feels like to play the games, in my opinion. And the moment my brain switched to looking at it like that, to enjoy it as if it was a live action retelling of somebody playing the games, I agree it doesn't really translate well to watching a series. 100% agree with that. No debate on that at all. But it was more enjoyable than I thought it would be. What do you think about it for people who don't have experience with the game? Yeah, it is meant for fanboys. Like, they don't explain it all. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lazy Fangs. They don't explain at all who the Enclave are at any point in the first season. And I'm watching it like, okay, I know who the Enclave is. My fiance doesn't. She's never played the games. They don't explain the NCR. Yeah, it really is meant for fanboys. I think you could still have fun with it if you turn your brain off a bit. But if you don't play the Fallout games, I don't think you'll understand as much. Which, in my opinion, is not... I won't say it makes for a bad TV show. I will just say that... it needs to be clearly marketed as, hey, this is for people who know the series. Okay, Fallout 76 has really good enemy variety. Fallout 76 has some awesome enemies. And Deathclaws apparently will be in Season 2 of Fallout. Because we saw a skull. 76 is a fun game. But you have to... I was telling somebody yesterday that you have to consider it as a spin-off of Fallout 4, but with its own identity and systems. It adds a lot of new things, a lot of new systems, new enemy varieties that are pretty cool, especially like the Mothman. I really like the Mothman. Stop clicking things. The Mothman enemies are really fucking funny to me. There's a pretty awesome emote that you can get to. It is a good game. I just think you have to view it as a spin-off. The Uncharted movie was ass. The Uncharted movie was so bad. Little storytelling. I mean, maybe if you ignore the fact that there was a flying fucking ship. They combined all of the games into one movie in a way that I don't think they should have. Why couldn't they have just done something? Damn. Yeah, the Fallout series is really I think it explains Vault-Tec pretty well and the vaults. I'm glad that it was very deep into explaining how the vaults were established, although it didn't mention control vaults. It didn't mention control vaults at all. I think that my favorite aspect of the Fallout series was certain amounts of attention to world detail were really nice. Most side characters felt perfectly as if they were pulled from a Fallout series, from a Fallout game. Like, you know, like that random guy that was just trying to get water from a pump in like the second or third episode? Perfect Fallout character. Yeah, I'd say it's not bad. I like the acting for the most part. I enjoyed the naivety of Lucy. Everything they did with the Brotherhood to me felt really weird. Everything they did with Brotherhood. Most of the things they did with Brotherhood. Yeah, it's like the Brotherhood got this powerful because they are efficient and ruthless, and they're very knowledgeable about technology. Like, that's exactly why they're so powerful and such a controlling faction of the world. Rather than, oh god, what's the word? What's the word in a story when you're just like telling the thing that's happening? So I think it starts with a P. Help me out, chat. Exposition. Thank you. Let's start with a P. One place rather than being expository. Expository is a word, right? Yes. Definitely starts with a P, that's true. Ah, yes. The famous P word. Exposition, exactly. Thank you for that. Various in the world and NPCs need to be subtle, allowing the player's intelligence to guide them rather than being expository. It's a version of that I don't hear too often. File, export, PNG. Not it. Do you even save it? Oh, I think I saved it to my drive. Hold on. So yeah, for me, like, the Fallout show was, as somebody who's played the Fallout games 7 out of 10. I think the pilot episode is probably the best episode, although I liked some of the later episodes too. I think there was one where Lucy and the Ghoul are traveling a lot. I really enjoyed that. I think that the Ghoul was by far the most interesting character. They did a good job with his makeup, his face to make him look ghoulish, and his acting was good. The costume design of him was nice. Let's see. I don't want to get rid of this completely. I might just shove some of this stuff somewhere else. I'll just Control X. We'll see. There we go. Okay, our second pillar is about the storytelling. Primarily including unique and named player stories, which is a player has to fulfill. However, no, that's fine. That should be fine. And then the second subsection. Impactful. Is an overused, often inaccurate term. Impactful choices. Guys, if you hear me coughing or whatever. Hopefully it'll be gone tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know what I got. Maybe just, I don't know, some like cold or something. It was bad. It was like, oh. Yeah, the other night when I was sleeping, I had like a really high heart rate. My body was fighting an infection. Yeah, I like how we worded this. Choices with NPC stories need to have consequences that change the player's understanding or view of the NPC world. Or themselves. Small change. You feel better? Take care of yourself? When are we watching more Frieren? That's what I want to know. We just had a weekend. You're gonna forget everything that happens. I'm pretty busy. To be honest, I'm pretty busy. Finally got the second project of ours launched. Busy for your mom, too busy for anyone. Unfortunately, really busy for people back home in the States just because of the time difference. And it's like I'm living my whole Oh wow, really? I could activate that code to get 10 viewers? Bitch, I already got like 10 viewers. I don't need 10 more. Okay, let me ask you, bot. Are these viewers that will chat with me? I'll wait for your response. I'll wait. Yeah, I'm sorry, we only want D-Gen viewers here. It's like, why would I view bot? These aren't people that mean anything to me. They're not good people that are gonna buy my game. They're not people that are gonna talk with me while I'm streaming, hang out. They're not viewers. I'm surprised it wasn't getviewpro.fextralife. What am I trying to say? Yeah, I'll just buy a bunch of view bots and then I'll say like this stream is sponsored by Extra Life. As a players indirect. Indirect assistance or result in consequences are unique to each story. Tie in with first subsection. Human story. While we don't want to theology, worldviews down, there's throats. Generally evolve around story endings. Feel natural and open to interpretation. The final subsection Subtle telling. I could try to get this in an aspect ratio. Hold on. I'll just, I'll just modify this one, and then in the future I'll just do ones in certain aspect ratio. Pretty big, right? It's 1024. Not that big. Especially for being an A4 paper size. Something about this still does not look like proper paper size. I don't know. I'll get it printed like a week before, and then if I need to make changes, I can. And this did not upscale, did it? Upscale 4 times. It's cool. Slowly. Important for us to consider players as intelligent individuals. Obviously. Because our stories will be morally ambiguous. Well, I guess stories themselves can't be morally ambiguous. Because our characters will sometimes be morally. And our stories won't always have black and white endings. Like for the storytelling to focus on actions and consequences, over exposition. NPCs may have strong moral stance, strong virtues, principles, and moral stances, but these not reflect don't know how to put it because it semantically it doesn't make the most sense. Right, where, you know, I wanted to write something along the lines of NPCs may have strong virtues, principles, and moral stances, but these will not reflect the stances of the writer. But it's like, technically it's not true. Obviously they reflect those of the writer, or the the mind of the writers. But I want to word it in a way that makes that more less easy to misinterpret. This is not a case of we're going to hire a writer with ideology A, so now our characters need to push for ideology A. That's a very long sentence. NPCs may have strong virtues, principles, and moral stances, but these will not reflect the stances or the ideology of the writer, but rather their creativity in crafting a wide assortment of individuals, all corners of this fantasy. Hopefully that's less open to interpretation. All I can say is I'm very much an individual focused on things that occur because of something else. And the interesting, like, behavioral psychology and choices that humans make. I've always said that one of the greatest, or one of the, I suppose, worst mistakes humanity ever made was considering ourselves as something other than animals. There are humans and there are animals. No. There are just animals. We are among them. And in many cases, we're not smarter than them. Apes with anxiety. I mean, it's not like it's not a hot take, right? Not like I'm reinventing philosophy, right? But I will say I do feel like I view, in my opinion, I view humanity as, in a bit more healthy way, when I remind myself, like, yeah, we're just animals. Like, we're capable of some of the greatest things and also some of the worst things. And anyone is capable of either of those extremes if pushed to the right limits or under the right circumstances. Having experienced, if they experience enough trauma, You know, people always wonder, like, oh, how could anyone have supported Hitler? How could anyone have worked at, like, the death camps, right? It's like, well, let's dive into the deepest aspects of humanity, of people who have been pushed to their limits. I'm not going to sympathize with those kinds of people, but I do think it's important that we remind ourselves that those were humans. Humans that probably didn't grow up thinking they would become that. There's a really good book, and I know I found it here in Poland. I forget the name in English. Zwykli ludzie. Ordinary Men. Yeah. Highly recommend this book. Shocking account of how a unit of average middle-aged Germans became the cold-blooded murderers of tens of thousands of Jews. Very good stuff. Well, the book is good. The obviously not the killing of, not the genocide part. That's not the good part. How many pages? Alright, that looks better. You have our pillars on here, right? Let's rewrite this one. Or read. And I don't even think we need to change that. It's still pretty accurate. Let's put it this way. Stories of NPCs and ways the player can affect their fates. Yeah. Better, okay. Get this to a reasonable aspect ratio. That's the old version, hold on. I feel like there was some game news that came out recently too that I wanted to talk about. But I can't for the life of me remember what it might have been. That looks kind of bad. Fine, chat. Don't worry about it. Why this is concept art? What does fishing feel like? It feels like this. There we go. I have like a border. Shape outline. I can. Give me get 3D. This is so distracting. I feel like if I were still in middle school though, I would absolutely do all of these things. Oh yeah, some reflections. Oh, now we're talking. Oh no, I didn't want that. Okay. All right, some dungeons. How do we want to put this here? Fantasy dungeon with now see if I do fantasy dungeon with slime creature. Yeah, I was gonna say like I was gonna be like fantasy dungeon with white slime. I wonder if you could trick Mid-Journey into some naughty stuff. Glowing crystals, balls. Spooky. With happiest, okay. The happiest slime. Hungry. I did do spooky at the end. We'll see what happens. Time to get spook chat. It's way too glowy. Oh, Natrix? What's Natrix? I hate how they're always symmetrical. Do I need to tell it to not be symmetrical? Yeah, see, I was worried that it would just do too much slime. Maybe I won't do slime, I'll do like a skeleton. I just won't even do fantasy. I'll just do medieval fantasy dungeon with skeleton, very dark style. What is this? Going up against Bitcoin and YouTube ads? Funny. That's pretty cool. Uh-oh. Potentially sensitive content. Uh-oh. Yeah, some of it was a little weird. I wish I could draw. I wish I could do my own concept art. I suck. Um, Let me try this. Let's try that. I mean, I like how some people say, oh, just, if you want to do it, you know, learn it yourself. It's like, bitch, when do you think I'll have the time? When? When am I supposed to have the time to learn how to do every single thing that I need to do for game dev? You know, actually, I'm not too... When you were... Yeah, exactly. Again, like, I can respect the solo dev grind. I just think it's something that only one in... Actually, I kind of really like that. Only one in, you know, a million, if anything, are able to accomplish. And even then, a lot of times, they do outsource some things, right? So it's... It really solo dev... And to be honest, I don't want to be a solo dev. I like working with other people. I make so much better games. Even now, you can see how much little time I actually have for game design, which you know, is the thing that I love the most, because I'm having to do all these other things. I love to hire people to handle the things that I suck at, do them even better than me, inspire me to become a better developer myself, and then I can focus on the things that I'm really good at, and, you know, try to inspire them. Upscale that, and do some variants too. Oh, I forgot to do whatever. Forgot to put that in the right ratio, but I'll just plop it on here. Variations. What do we got? Ooh, I kind of like these. Kind of like this one. Like the gothic feel of it. These are all pretty nice. Didn't have a spooky skeleton. I'm upset by that, but it is. I mean, if anybody wants a reason why Midjourney is not going to replace proper artists. Here it is. Even when you tell it what you want, it's so bad. Save image. Okay, save. Be good. Okay, good enough. Uh, uh, uh. Dungeon. But is it the darkest dungeon? Never know. Actually, it kind of looks like the darkest dungeon area of darkest dungeon. Don't sue me, Red Hook. Puzzles and secrets. Hmm. It'd be cool to have an image that wasn't from a forest, because we already have the forest. Something just to hint at. Like, we have this, we have overgrown vines. What could we do here? Like a puzzle. We could just tell it to like generate some mysterious ancient puzzle. Wait, hold on. Oh, let's do it. Imagine mysterious ancient puzzle in a fantasy stylized desert. Go for it. I mean, this is really all I needed for like these 3 images and maybe some of the mood board stuff. I'm not too unhappy with what we have for the mood board so far, but getting like an image or 2 of different biome regions that we might want to include would be nice. Depending on how much... That's about what I expect. This is honestly exactly what I expect from Midjourney. Look at its creativity. Look at the puzzles that will be in Cauldron Chronicles, guys. This is it. The world itself is the puzzle. Nobody's ever thought of that before. That's honestly, like I said, exactly what I expected. Midjourney, why do you suck so fucking much? Why is this image round? I'll put it this way, I've had to live and figure out how to deal with like language barrier issues here in Poland for half a decade. And it's still never been as bad as if Midjourney is trying to interpret my words. I have no words for it. These are workable. Workable. It's workable. It's not great. I'm gonna put 2 just to be safe. Small text box. Images on this page are concepts. Just to be safe. Okay, we'll do that. Looks good. Pretty sure you're not supposed to have like more than a certain amount of these every day. Has anybody actually done that? They're not working though. Also, how many of you are playing AFK Journey? Don't make me feel alone. I gave in. I downloaded it. Pretty fun. I like that it's not just Coomer bait mobile game. Visual Duck. It did the Outpost Infinity Siege. I don't know that one. Web P? Why is this a Web P when the others are PNG? Fuck. So weird. Oh shit, yeah, hold on, I gotta do this. Oh, I know why. Because I was saving it as a PNG. I'm stupid. I like how it included a copy right here. Dude, Midjourney is so scuffed. Anybody who actually uses this in production of their game is... well, let's just leave it at that. Some people simp for AI, like, generative AI stuff so hard. And really, I think the generative use of AI is the least interesting use of AI. I do this. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's pretty good. We have recommendations that will make the PDF easier to people with disabilities to read. No. I'm gonna be printing it out. That's what's gonna make it easy to read. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's old.
Meow!
Oh look, they're spamming. You guys even see that in chat? It says likely ban evader restricted. You guys see that? Look at, they were spamming. Yeah. Kinda wild, right? By the way, I saw somebody I don't know if you saw this, but I saw somebody post on Twitter, like how they were getting raided by somebody who was like hate watching, right, and putting shit in chat and like ban evading. Just a note, streamers, you have shield mode, please use it. Yeah. I know I want to do these mood boards, but I just don't want to sit on stream and do mid-journey shit. For like hours. Especially when you have to just reconfigure prompts like over and over and over. It's really boring. It can sometimes take you like 30 minutes to get the right image. I mean, we could try to find some images that aren't of that yet. I do some of that manually. I think we have one in chat right now. Let me see. I've banned most of the big ones. Let's see, who's a bot today? Who's getting beaned? Oop, you're getting beaned. See ya. Oh, I think I see another one. I see one in the same style as these. Probably on the second page or something. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Banned. See ya, bozo. Pokemon community game. Nice. That's a great bot. I'm not a bot, I think. Yeah, I duck, but I do know I wanted to add some ambient sounds to the prototype. I could look into doing that today. I've never really messed with sounds in Unreal, so that'd be some good training. I feel pretty happy about this. Close that. I might just do some mood board stuff off stream. I don't think there's anything to learn from game dev of me typing shit in mid-journey, to be honest. Plastic is so good. I think when we start fully developing, we'll just be using plastic. Such good source control. What about the turtles? True. Got the 2 sci-fi starter packs. Where? Sci-fi starter packs? Hope this cough will be gone tomorrow. I'm gonna have to buy more syrup. Isn't there some like really nasty thing you can combine with? You like combine cough syrup with like energy drinks or something and alcohol? Now, you should not do this. I've never done this, but I'm pretty sure it's... Is it called like lean or something? Yeah, purple drink. Lean. Polysubstance drink. Prescription grade cough or cold syrup containing codeine and promethazine. The soft drink and sugar candy. Don't do that, people. It's a very quick way to end up in the hospital. Or worse. Please use medicine responsibly. Okay, do I have any ambient nature sounds that I can use here? Guess I can check Humble Bundle. Maybe I bought something. I'll check Humble Bundle and we can check my library. Give some like nature sound. Okay, thank you for that. Sound phenomenon fantasy. A collection of orchestral music designed to provide moods for fantasy. Say like Enchanted Forest. Listen to it. Okay, what's this one? I mean, Like, I want just, like, ambient forest sounds, right? But I'll design, you know, I want, like, two or three, like, music tracks that I can not have playing all the time, but more do it the way that, some other open world games do it, like Minecraft or whatever, where they'll kick in occasionally. Are these great? No. Will they work? A couple of them might. Okay. I already own it. It'll work. That'll save me some money. Add to project. No compatible projects found because it only supports up to 5.0. Wonderful, okay. That is not true, because I can just add them to whatever. You can find a free music maker software or ones that one-time buy that's not too expensive. There are a lot that you can probably get for one time. If you're just using it to test some things out, there's also AI generated music, which is it is music. That's about what I can say. Really, you're gonna force me to download fucking 5.0 just so I can add this music and then migrate it to 5.3. Jesus Christ. That's true. Actually, the AI ones probably can't. You can add? Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I think you can just choose show all projects. It doesn't say. Can't force it. How do you do it? Because I was just gonna migrate it from a 5.0 project. Drift Master. Damn you, Godsbutter. I'll just download 5.0 and migrate it over. It's fine. Shouldn't take too long. I have really good internet here. If I don't die first. Okay, while it's downloading, I'm gonna check Audio Odyssey bundle. I have this one. I don't know what was wonderful. $20 content, okay. You know, the sad thing is I probably didn't redeem that yet. Did I? Oh no, I did do this. Let me see if I have an account here. I remember doing this. Where's my password manager? Hey. I was gonna snipe my key now, aren't you? Damn you! Oh no, I got it. Screen has my address on it, so I don't want to show that. Sound effects it's just sound effects though. Motion and impact sound. Oh, there's some music. Ambient music pack, fantasy music pack. Ambient music pack. Volume 2. They have an Unreal plugin as well. Alright, I think this download's fucking with the audio a little bit. Okay, so this has some ambient music that we could also utilize. I really want ambient sounds, like forest sounds, right? Oh, these are like sound effects for building. Yeah, for like trailers and shit. Well, maybe they have something. Let's see. It's ambient music. What if I don't want music? Environmental ambiences sound effects pack. I want to pay this much for it though. I am a lion, hear me roar. How you doing, Phoebo? Let me listen to these. I think they're purposefully playing a song over the sound, by the way. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I bought any. Sound effects and music for your games. Okay, I do have this one. Let's see. What does this one have? I do have Ambience Sounds Volume 1. That is quite the link, Vesper. My lord. Ooh, I do have a footsteps sound pack. Now we're talking. Wonderful. What, this one? Oh yeah, I saw this one yesterday. The thing is, I need like ambient loops or something of forest. Let's use the soundscapes of Chernobyl. That'll be great. Sig Shadow, thank you for the follow.
Morning.
So,
And welcome to the stream.
about any bounty hunters in these parts?
As a follower, you get
couldn't
two
say.
emotes.
Thanks for nothing,
Our
idiot.
lurk and our high emo. True crime inspired. Ooh woo. I have to have something, right? Check out AI. Yeah, but I want to use AI. Fuck AI. Oh, that AI. You have to start using different words for these things. I haven't checked it out yet. I mean, I assume that it'll work very similarly to what we already had, right? Stop running! Did you apply a global 1.3 times movement scale? Because some of the animals might look a little weird with 1.3 times. But I think 1.3 shouldn't be too bad. Should work in build. I'll be able to test the build later today because I can't build from this computer. It takes way too long. I'll build from home. That looks pretty good. I'll go check out this snail. Joking. Well, the thing is, I have an i7 6700K here, which is about as good as a modern i5. At home, I have an i9 13900K. I'll leave it up to you to figure out which one builds faster. Plus, if I'm building, I can't really do any, tricky one, yeah. I can't really do any, anything else on the computer. The one with already compiled shaders, that's so true. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Ryzen 77 3700X. You're wondering why the music is clipping, it's because of this. Poopy old i5. It's possible to eat the snail. Yes, it will be. You will be able to kill the animals if you want and use their... I know exactly who you're asking for. This is what happens when too much of your CPU is being used. Let me close this for the time being. That'll help a little bit. It just says ambient sounds though. I assume this isn't then ambient, like, background? I suppose I could just download it and see. Trying to target the French? Yeah. Is he watching RK? The 5700X. Okay, what's in here? WAV. Ambience. Well, maybe. There's Forest Night. Forest Birds. Ambience Warfare. Just sounds like fireworks. It's not warfare. Let's see what these ones are. Ambience Place Forest Bird. Okay, see, this isn't bad. But it's only a 21-second loop. I feel like that's going to be very noticeable. Is that just me? It's good for the nighttime, but I don't have anything for the daytime. I guess I could do a combination of like the birds and some of this wind. Work. Get it down to 15 watts. Asper, I love how you have all these horror. Casper, you have like all horror sounds and shit. Pretty funny. How do we do like sound areas in Unreal? I guess that's what we have to figure out, right? Because I think I could use a multitude of these ambience loops. But I don't know how to set it up so that... I guess we'll figure it out. I have no idea how. Unreal 5... sound. You need documentation. I assume it's 3D, right? Be the attenuation, shape, and radius fall off. Okay. I'm wondering how we set that up. Like I said, I've never done anything with sound, so I don't know what the hell we're doing. Ambient zones. Can it combine? I guess we'll see. I do have the content examples. I could just load this up and see how that works. We'll do that. Dark ambient. Got my GPU down to 8 watts. Oh my god. How? How are you doing that? Sounds wild. Low pass. I don't think this is what we want necessarily. I mean, we might use this too. Audio. Reduce sound noise assets, taking 5 meter bubbles. Set up audio volumes. Okay. Jesus Christ, that's so loud, dude. That fucking scared me. I was so worried about them. Like, how loud are the sounds in here? Damn you. Guess we're better. Okay. Looping. See. Oh, this one does have attenuation. I checked those, Casper. I don't know if I would have any use for those ones, particularly. Facialize? That mean? Oh, place from the location. Okay, so we might have some use for that. Their frame rate. Right now, I just want to look at like ambient sounds first. Override attenuation set to true. Attenuate with LPF set to true. More or less muffled as it attenuates. Ambient sound effects. I do have some music that I think will work, but I need ambient sound effects. I like the visualization they're doing. Is that like default in Unreal? Can you visualize sound like this? That's incredible if so. Whatever they're doing to do that is very useful. That's cool. Shared attenuation settings. How does that work? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I was thinking of it differently. That makes sense. Ambient sound actor using sound cues. Use sound cues instead of sound waves. Sound cues allow the user to set up more complex sounds and don't require unique settings in each ambient sound actor. Give the MSI motherboard to do it? I'm too worried to mess around with any of that.
Bravo 29, this is HQ. Signet found the vehicle's transponder, sending coordinates now.
Sarge?
Yeah, I can hear that.
Bravo 29er, this is HQ. Signet found the vehicle.
A small bit of reverb on that.
Bravo 29er, this is HQ. Signet found the vehicle's transponder, sending coordinates now.
Sarge? I'm getting some weird scans on the ridgeline.
Yeah, me too. Me too, Sarge. Reverb using ambient zone. Use ambient zones to separate sounds.
Bravo 29er, this is HQ.
Okay, we'll take a look. This is the audio section of the content examples in Unreal. It's a really great way to learn in Engine about tons of different things and how to do them. Cloth physics and shit. Really, a lot of people don't know that it exists, but it's my God, there's quite impactful in my CPU. Wonder if some of these are being CPU simulated. Oh, pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, and it's worth looking into if any of you are messing around with Unreal. It's a free project. It's always kept up to date by Epic, and you can learn a lot. Oh, they're showing the fracturing and the chaos fields. Working though. Actually, we're gonna be messing around with fracturing in one of our other projects soon. This will be good to let the individuals know about it. Pretty cool. Oh, there's so much. It just keeps going. Look at how long this this whole hallway is. The hell? Yeah, actually, this is really useful. Oh. Oh, dude, that's funky. This is just a destruction watching stream now. For like the next 10 minutes until we finish up with this because I'm too enamored. Embedded into geometry collection. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh. Oh. You can rewind the destruction? See, so you can cache the destruction, and because of that you can then rewind it. I mean, does that take into account, like, if something is placed in between it, right? Are the particles going to fly through it? Are they gonna... I don't know. Very interesting, though. And it'll teach you how to do that. I can use break events to spawn particles. It's really, I don't know, there's just something about watching destruction that's really satisfying. That's cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. It can show you how much, like, mass is used to. Yeah, you are also watching this very low. I wonder if it's I really think this is gonna be like CPU. I forget what it is. Thing. There's no way that this is gonna be Oh. Pretty cool. No way that my 4070 is being hindered by this, right? I think they teach you a lot about, like, the math stuff too. Oh yeah, there's the math hall. This one, see, this one's great for somebody like me, who's stupid, because they teach you a whole bunch of cool math things in here. Using different methods. It's actually pretty cool, right? It's a real shame that people don't know about this project. Ooh, a height lerp. Yeah, that's a good one to know. See, this is too much math. Who wants to learn this much math? Basic trigonometry. Functions. Too much math. Yeah, Lynn Roman find it very interesting when you know how I'll code. I threw my teeth because I can't remember how I did anything back when I did that. Pretty cool. Oh, how to code on iOS touch type. See, I like to pretend that I know how to code, but I don't. is cool though. I really do like the content examples. There's so much you can learn. Camera facing math. I've used this before. I use this for various things. Okay, we can keep going. But yeah, if you're working in Unreal, get the content examples project on the marketplace. It like I said, it's free. It's made by Epic, and they keep it up to date with every version of Unreal. And they just teach you a lot of cool stuff. You can just check all the stuff out and see how it's functioning, right? With their spaghetti. Jesus Christ, Epic. You know how I know that this was made by programmers? Because programmers make spaghetti when they make blueprints. Absurd. Epic. Damn you. You want people to use blueprints. Stop making spaghetti. Man, you're lucky then, Mr. Fibo, if you found a woman who's impressed with your coding. That's rare. Oh, I need to make a project first. Hold on. Let's extract these two. Chronicle assets. You stop it. Where's a rename? A new delete me, please. Make anything seem interesting if you explain it in a good way. That's true. Do you remember how you're making a game and they were like, wow, like Rockstar? Make everything super charming, yeah. I also think that passion just matters a lot. I think people will latch onto passion. I don't know, I think you can sway people. You can sway people on subjects if you're passionate and charismatic enough. Alright, let's migrate this to wherever Cauldron Chronicles is. I don't know. I think that passion can make up for some lack of charisma. But not all of it. Yeah, if people like you as a person. Yeah, that should be good. I'll have to do a couple extra sliders in the options for audio. PDB. Oh god, this is... I'm not telling you my industry, Unreal. Figure it out from all the crash reports I've sent you. That's probably true. But I mean, you were also interested in the content, right? By the way, if I start speaking less, it's because my sore throat's not getting better. Maybe I shouldn't have streamed today. I feel okay to stream today, I just... still trying to get through some shit. How big are these files? Pretty big. I know in all these we'll just delete the ones we won't use. Source file F, commercial music, Unity music packs. Nice. I mean, I like game making. I mean, I'm an asshole too, but aren't we all? I need to hear which ones of these we want. I'm just gonna listen to these in the on that oh god, where was it? Because like I can't like click through these very well. Wait, it was on here. Sound. I want just ones that are nice to play in the background, that aren't too gregarious or not too in your face. This Elven Realm one's pretty nice. I think that would work well. Of this radio. Oh, synthwave? Dude, synthwave is fucking nice, relaxing synthwave. All day, any day. Oh. Oopsies. I only exported one of these. Yes, it sounds. There we go. Okay, let me pull in one of these to test. I think that'll just play when I... Yeah. Okay, let me quickly try to pull in the wind intensity medium with lead, maybe. Work. Test. Content alchemy. Boop boop. And where was it? Forest birds loop. And I create queue. Perfect. Create queue. I haven't done any mixing of these, so we'll see what I like. Okay, I can get behind it. I don't really hear the wind though. Really quiet. I mean, just as a baseline, I don't think that's bad. For not having spent any money. This needs to loop though. How do I set that up? How do I set it up to loop? Can I not do that on the audio queue? Oh wait, no, I do it over here with nodes, right? Oh god, how do I do it? There we go, loop. Sound. Loop. Okay. That sounds pretty good, right? Probably a little bit quiet for you guys, but I'm just doing it to test it out. Once we get some footsteps put in here, I think it will start really coming together. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent. Ah! I'm Jesus. Turn this lake into alcohol. Let's fucking go. Dude, Jesus was such a real one. Turning water into alcohol. I don't think that's his most memorable feat. The one I remember. Oh, I see some of my my colleagues debating a tipping feature for developers. I saw that. You guys see the like that tweet about it? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what the game is for, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the point of making a good game, is to get money from people? I don't know why we would need a tipping feature specifically for that. Okay, how do we set up like ambient? Because they have like some good ones of water. Insects. What does insect sound like? That doesn't sound like insects. Bro, what fucking insect did this person listen to? It sounds like mice. Okay. Audio sound class 4. Sound view? What is a meta sound? Because a meta sound. I have no fucking clue. It's a meta sound. Ambient sound actor. I didn't see the ambient sound actor though. Sound wave or sound cue is placed in a level, and ambient sound actor with that sound asset is created. There. I mean, theoretically, if I do see like attenuations, okay. Make an attenuation settings type. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. You just do it with the sound cue. But I'm also curious about the areas. Audio volume. Oh yeah. Allow you to control and apply various sounds to your level, as well as provide an avenue to create compartmentalized audio zones where you can control what is heard inside and outside of the volume. Okay. How does that work? Ambient zone setting. Submix it. But if I went, for instance, like, sound of waves, I know we don't, I know that the waves here are just adrenaline rushing. If I just want like this, you to hear that when you're nearby the edge. How would I set that up? Place. Let's see what we have. I have like waves, beach, soft. That's pretty chill. That does loop. But I doubt that I could just, I don't know, you know, place a whole bunch of these down, because at a certain point, sound effect chain? I mean, there's gotta be a way, right? Default parameters? Okay. Maybe there is. I mean, there is something here. Continuous modulator. Crossfade by distance. Loop control. You plays different sounds depending on the number of active sounds. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. UE5. Let me just look this up. spline-based audio. This is from 4 years ago. I mean, yes, I can set up a... material-based footsteps. That's something that we'll have to look into as well. I believe we can handle that with physical materials, but we'll see. Oh. That's exactly what it's doing. I wonder if there's an easier way to do that though, because this was 4 years ago. Playing a sound on the point of a spline closest to the listener. Draw a spline which follows the balcony's edge and the high-rise level. My looping wind sound will emit from the closest point on the spline to the player's position. Interesting. That could work. Let's try it. Okay. Right. You see me like making weird faces or grimacing, it's just my throat. I apologize. Just don't watch me. How about that? Put me on your second monitor, minimized. Muted. Would be even more based. Only problem is it's going to find the closest point at all times. You need to tell me what. Well, I still want to try. I still want to try. Let's see. I will just copy it node for node at the moment. I mean, you could just change it. It's true. You could just change the tick interval, make it a lot more performance friendly. Audio component. That's speed. It said sound. Zoomed out a little bit. Okay, promote to variable. Looping sound. I'm gonna be honest, maybe it was really dumb to stream today while my throat's still getting better. That might have been a stupid decision. Okay, get player controller. There's a get control pawn. Can I just get player pawn? I mean, this is a 4-year-old thing, so it's very possible that get player pawn was not available at that time. I don't remember. Okay, audio. Fine. Attach to component. It's called just attach to component, target to scene component. This target is actor, target is, yeah, so it might have to be, there we go, component to component. Location. I mean, that's how it's set up. We'll try that. I don't really have any attenuation settings in there though. yet. But we'll try it. Do we want to attach the sound cue or the sound wave? I assume the sound cue. It's just sound bass type. We'll just attach the sound cue, because that's the only thing that's going to have the attenuation settings. Oh god, I don't even know what the size would be. Could test it with this. Okay, so the inner radius is 400. That's where we'll hear it full. I think it's something like that would be okay. That's just gonna be linear fall off. So that way, if we keep that in mind, we'll place it kind of just... I'll place the spline along here. Player when inside will hear it full 100% volume. Fall off linearly as they reach the edge of the second sphere. That's the plan. And that's it. We just do this. And we'll just see how performance heavy this is. Just a sound, it can't be that bad, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's gonna be a little awkward because the player can walk on the water, but you know what? That's part of the charm, right? We'll just pull a good old page from Bethesda's book. We'll let the modders fix it. Just kidding. Actually, I still don't know if I want the player to be able to swim or not. I think there'd be a lot of cool opportunities to put aquatic life in the game, but that is a, you know, that is larger scope. We'll just have to see what's on the menu. Okay, if that works, we should hear the sounds if we get close. Let's mute these or just delete them for now. Technically, it should always be finding the closest point to the player every second. I hear nothing. I hear absolutely nothing. Did I set it up properly? Ambience, waves, beach, soft. It's not looping. It could have, might have finished playing. We want it to loop. I think it's really quiet. Let me boost up the audio a bit. I'll have to readjust this later. I can like hear it jumping. Because it's starting to fall off while I'm walking away, so that we can just adjust that with the tick time. So let's do this. Let's promote this to a variable, tick interval, instance editable. This one we can make 0.1 seconds. Which if you're using VSync, that'll be essentially every 6 FPS, right? You can fix my math if I'm wrong. It works, as far as I can tell. Now, you will stop hearing it if you walk out here. But don't walk out there, okay? Players are not allowed in the water. And I know you guys will follow the rules. Yeah, I mean, players have never broken any rules. I saw an article recently about a Japanese guy who got arrested for modding his save file in Pokemon. If you wanted an example of how strict the Japanese are with modifying games. Works surprisingly well. Okay. That's pretty nice. I'm a fan of that. These will like play on top of each other, so let's see. I was thinking of doing a blueprint that ticked the time of, well, it grabbed the time of day, and it switches between the bird noises and nighttime sounds. I thought that might sound pretty cool. And I think that'd be pretty easy to set up. How do we want to do this? I think we'll need two audio components actually. We'll need daytime ambience. Because we need to... Well, actually, do we? Or could we just handle it with a audio cue? Because we can have two inputs, right? Fuck me, dude. Dying. New sound cue. Place forest night. There's two of them. There's night 01 and night 02. This is 01. And this is 02. Could play both of them on top of each other. What does this sound like? Hold on. Where is it? And what I wanted a separate... I mean, that could work. I'm not against it, but at least let's just set this up for now. Stop playing these. Got me crazy. Duplicate. Nighttime ambient. Although I wanted to check if we could have two inputs. Wave player. Go. Forest birds. You need to crossfade, I think is the technical term, by parameter. I assume it's just a 0 to 1. We need to input a parameter though. I don't know how we do that. How do we register a parameter? I don't fucking know. It's audio parameter, set float parameter. Target as audio component, target as audio parameter controller interface. I don't know the difference between those two. All we want to do is we want to get the weather system, get time of day from oh god, which one is it? We do it for the road sign. No, not the road signs. The street lamps. Gotta do that. Remote to variable, sky system. Tick. Untick, get the sky system. Time of day. Get time of day. No, I think it's a value between 0 and 2400. Am I right about that? Yeah, 0. 2400. Okay. So we need to what's the math here? Crossfade, I assume, is just going to be 0s to 1. I actually don't know. You only want to adjust the volume though. Oh, I don't know how we do that. Mixer? can do that. Crossfade is just going to play them both at the same time, but we want to adjust their audio. Their volume. Crossfade, but we need to adjust the... Hey, Freights, how you doing? Are you winning? I'm dying. Still sick. And my sore throat's not getting better. Just okay, I'll try that. I hadn't tried that before, so maybe it'll work. Can't do any math with this though. Thought you knew better? Nah. I'm a designer. I don't get paid to know things. What do I look like, a programmer? I mean, technically crossfade by parameter should work. But does crossfade just adjust the volume? Oh god, I don't know. We do want to normalize, but we want to... The ranges are this. Based on hour of day. I'll tell you something, birds start chirping pretty fucking early in the morning. It's not really a normalization we want. We want to make a curve, I think. I'm trying to think of a different way to do this, but I really think that just that a curve is going to be our best bet. Let's see. Add key. And this will be 0, add key. The How can I change the view of this? Whatever. I swear you could like view this in a better way. There we go. What I wanted. Okay. Add another key. When's a good turning off point for the birds? Where do we turn off the birds? I think that'll do it. And we can do cubic. Okay, not cubic. It cuts better. Ambience. Day night curve. Is that the right asset? Yeah, that's the right one. How does this work? Get float value. In time. Set float parameter. Do not know if this will work. Let's try it. Let's see. Hear nothing. Doesn't need to specifically play. Uh, yeah, does it need to? Yeah, I guess we do need to tell it to play. Okay. Play. Hear it. Oh, we didn't give it the the right sound cue. Would help. I still don't hear it. What am I doing wrong? I mean, the output could be wrong. I don't know if there's any way to test it. I mean, I'm sure there is. I just don't know the way to test it. I don't think there's like a proper debug. No, it's definitely not playing. Let's see if it's working at all. Yeah. That aspect is working. The crossfade is not working. Okay, let's see what's happening here then. It is updating the... Well, it's doing something. I don't know if it's properly setting this parameter, which I guess it wouldn't be. Properly setting this? Doing something to it. I mean, I just don't think we're doing the properly. Crossfade. Float. That float parameter. Okay. I don't know why the crossfade is not working. Maybe I have to set the parameter first. My other option is to do a parameter and then a 1 minus and set those up to be daytime volume. We'll just do day volume and night volume. We'll see. I think this volume would be night volume. volume. Traction. A 1 minus would be the A volume. I mean, they're both playing, but they're both playing at max. Volume 0, 1 and 1. If anybody knows anything more about sounds, you feel free to help me because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I know how to play Spotify. Okay, you click the button and the songs go burr. Imagine helping streamer. True. How can I define that? I'm gonna. Don't stand. I mean, I could just do 2 separate audio cues, but there's gotta be a way. Gotta be a way to crossfade between 2. UE5 crossfade audio. How to use crossfade audio? Are you using crossfade by parameter? Sound crossfade blend with sound cue.
Hi everybody. Today I will be telling you how to
Thank you, Mr. Indian Man. Save me.
smoothly crossfade or blend between sounds dynamically through your code in real time. So recently I was doing this range for
Okay,
okay.
show me the notes. Looping modulator mixer, crossfade by parameter. Okay. How do we fade in rain intensity? Setting. Wait, hold on. Yeah, fade in time start, time end.
in my heavy rain sound. So it start. So I have a slider here, intensity, sound
Show
cue,
me the
event begin play.
set flow parameter, rain sound cue.
I just add this widget, okay, to my screen using these two nodes. Dominant. Okay, so this is all controlled dynamically on, and from my
Okay. I think that's something a bit more clear. I think we can just shove in the exact time of day. I think this is doing a yeah, the parameter value. Okay, I see exactly what the issue is. I see. Okay, so we don't really need this curve then, necessarily, although I still like the curve. Um, no, we can still do it this way. We essentially just need to do 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, right? And then we need to do 1, 0, 0, 1. Am I crazy? We need to reverse the two, I think.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative.
Rome,
That
thank you for the
I
follow.
love. I absolutely love.
Thank you, man. Welcome to the stream. Okay, it is working. I can hear it. A little soon though. Wait, no, I had it right the first time. Shit. 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0. And we'll speed up the day and night cycle to test this out. Set it to noon. Day length will be 2, night length 2. It'll be very fast, but we should hear it switch. Come on, it's not long enough. It's too long. Okay, super speedy. It's working. I'm not really a fan of the curve values, but we can adjust that. Weird artifact. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the curve values, but it is working. I think it's a little too hasty here. Move this to 8 back. This up 1 hour. Try that. I'll boost the sound up for you guys again. Maybe you'll hear it better then. I think it sounds pretty good to me. I don't know what you guys think. I think if anything, I like when the crickets. I think the nighttime is good. When it shifts back to daytime, I think it's a little late. But that could just be me. Birds need to start a little bit sooner. Yeah, birds could start a little bit sooner. 7. That should be pretty good. Okay, so we should be able to mix now multiple. That's nighttime. Do we, if we want to add in the wave player for the second nighttime sounds? And we can add in more outputs for some other stuff. Mainly like that wind sound. Wave player. Wind. We'll do like a really light wind at nighttime maybe. What do we have? Wind intensity soft with leaves loose. Name. Player. Welcome to the new people, by the way. If you're wondering why I'm sounding a little awkward, it's because I'm still a little sick. I apologize. I'm gonna hope we'll be back to tomorrow better, but alright, this should work. Make sure all these are looping. Sounds pretty good for prototype. I'm pretty happy with that. I could use this same blueprint to automatically select soundtracks to play too. I want to do it in a similar way to like what Minecraft does. I think that's a good way to handle it, where we let the player get immersed in the sounds of the world, and we can slowly fade in some songs here and there, right? We don't want one song just playing back to back, or just songs playing back to back. I think it's nice to have a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room in between each of the songs that play. And yeah, we should be able to use this exact same blueprint system. All right, let's see. Distance, or I guess time between songs, min. Float. Editable. It. Max. Okay, let's see. We'll have to do a sequence on the tick. I want to do this in the simplest way possible. Do once, delay. Min max. Random float in range. That'll be the music. We'll make another audio cue. I think there is literally just a random. Select sounds from a random set. Okay. Can we determine when it finishes though? Or instead of doing random here, we'll just choose at random from a list in the blueprint itself, and then just tell it to play that song in here. So we'll do wave player none. Do an array of, I don't even know. What would they be considered? Sound base object reference. Really dying today. Okay, so the first one I wanted to test was which one? I think this one's not too bad. I'm not too sure how I feel about that one. Yeah, it's like I really love harp, right? And especially like I love harpsichord, but I just don't know if it fits as good for like good ambient music, or I don't know. I don't even need AI music. Even if it's just this one track that plays, I don't think it's that bad. It's not like there's much gameplay in the prototype anyway, so. You know, it was much easier just to go through this YouTube video, wasn't it? Yeah, Elven Realm was good. The harp really is just kind of overwhelming on this track. Epic Fantasy is pretty good. Ironically, the fantasy adventure track is more epic than the epic fantasy track. It's like piano. I don't know, it's just, for me, this game would really, I think, do well with piano. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do Elven Realm. epic fantasy, and magical. Kind of into those three. Tracks 3. What were these? Elven Realm. Not 11. Want to make sure these 3 aren't looping. I think they are. Yeah. Voice. Alright, do once, delay. Random between here. Seconds, we will do. Might be too much. Let's do 180 seconds and 300 seconds. Between 3 to 5 minutes between each track. Play, not time, play sound. Set sound. Hit random. I could make sure they're not repeating as well. That would be pretty easy to do. Let's do that. Last music played. Oh, that looks kind of silly, doesn't it? Okay, last music played, get is valid. Move item. Wait, redo. We'll do a select node here on this boolean. We can say valid that, if not valid. That should prevent repeat songs. And then once it is, can I set an event like when it finishes? I don't know if I can. Ooh, assign on audio finish. I can. Okay, that should work. We can have it play something. Let's do it this way. Let's. Immediately play something and then. And we have to adjust all the volumes of these things too, but for now this is a good start. Should be working. I don't know how long these tracks are actually. Like 2 minutes. 1.5. About 2. Not bad. Gotta fix one thing though. If we're playing a sound right now, can I get is play? Music is playing. This should prevent it from triggering that do once. Well, hopefully it will. Yeah. And we basically want to just wait for this to finish and see if it triggers the next song. I could force it because I know that all these songs are over 120. I'll just set them all to start 120. Game. True. Little abrupt. Okay, it did trigger it. Delay is really long, so let me do this. That's proper. And then just briefly set the delay to like between 5 to 10 seconds. Then I'll fix it right after. Okay. Trigger, about 10 seconds. Last music played, Magical Fantasy, which means I'm going to pause it right here and add a breakpoint. This is valid, this is true. Remove that. So it's going to be true, so it's going to pull from this. Looks good. Looks like it's working. Set the min and max back to what they were. This back to 0. Alright, we should be good on that. Let me go hit up the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. I will leave you guys, actually, with this. I'm going to set the day length a little bit, just a little bit longer. We're going to go up to our favorite spot. And you guys could enjoy the ambience while I am going to the bathroom. I might try to do some fade in and out on the tracks too. Alright, give me 1 second, I will be right back. Let's get you guys in version mode. And yeah, have fun with the ambience while I'm away. See you in a sec. liking the peace. Peaceful. Ooh, we're in between songs, huh? Does add a lot to the game, though, doesn't it? Ooh. Another one. Yeah, it's pretty relaxing. That's the wrong button. There we go. Chirp chirp. Waves too, which is nice. So much. Look at the waves. You have to imagine the waves. They're not there right now, but you have to imagine them. That was abrupt. Okay, we'll get that back on. Okay, that sounded pretty good though. Let's delete the ones that we're not using. Yeah, add depending deletes, delete them all. Get out of here. I don't even know if we need these cues necessarily. Oh, did I hook up the audio cues instead of the... That's fine. We need to get them all into the same classes anyway, into the same sound class. That way the player can, you know, turn down the music on a separate slider. Wait, I'm curious though, what happens to the sound if the player pauses the game? Okay, that pauses too. I almost don't want that to pause. That way the player can adjust the music. But if it's not easily changeable, then I won't worry about it. How would I check? They're adjusting music, the sound plays, then only music. Yeah, but the game pausing in Unreal was like it's on a separate subsystem. I can play separate music when the player is hovering over that. Probably. Because I agree. I want to do exactly what you're saying, right? There should be. It's probably just some settings somewhere, right? How to get sound. Cost. On a sound class, so not a sound cue. So we need to, let's see. Sound class, music. Is muse. How are these different? Because there's is UI sound, there's also is music. Excuse me. Oh, there's already sound classes for like sound effects. Okay. Can we just use those then? We'll just use those, I guess. Doesn't have is music set to true though. I guess I could just look at the documentation, couldn't I? Where is it in here? Oh god, it's from 2014. I mean, it is still working that way. I just don't know what the difference between the Boolean for music and the Boolean for UI sound is. And I'm hung up on that. That's weird. How come opening that class opens up the master? Really weird. I think it's a sound cue. Or no, it'd be the sound class. It says whether or not this sound plays when the game is paused in the UI, which is like, yeah, we want that, right? But there's also whether or not this is music. What does that do? Let's see if let's just see what it does. Let's see if is music propagates. Or, I'm sorry if it pauses. Okay, it still does if that's set. This will fix that. I don't know. I'll just. It is music, so I don't know what that controls, but we'll just check that boolean, I guess. Yeah, that's weird. It's not working. Oh, that's weird. Boolean is set to true. Do I have to adjust it in each of the wave files or something? I might have to adjust it in each of the wave files. No, it's just used for grouping and categorization as well as propagating certain parameters. Okay. Thanks for looking that up. I guess we'll do it because it's a boolean. So much work to click a button. Oh, I forgot. Why it doesn't even matter because when you're in the settings menu, I unpause the game anyway. I was already doing it. Fuck me. Although for some reason the boolean is not working because it's paused here, right? No music. I don't know. I still want to fix that because I don't like the break in hearing that, you know? Well, okay, I know exactly why. No, I don't. I don't know why. Nope, I don't know why. I don't know why. Changed my mind. Don't know. Like, I've changed it in all of the wave files. I will group them as music. Didn't solve it. Let's see if telling it that it's a UI sound. Or if there's something in here that does that. I don't see it. It's weird. It's not working. Class. Let's try it with just is UI sound. Nope. I don't know. That's really weird. Hmm. Like I said, it's not a huge deal, but I kind of want to know what is causing the problem. Mm-mm-mm. Oh yeah, you know what it is? The audio component. It's because it's playing from this component, and this is pausing. It's playing from here. This is the owner, and because the tick of this owner, it's probably pausing this component. So we just need to adjust it to be tickable while paused. Tick even when paused. Shit. That didn't do it either. Fuck off. Really? The hell? Oh, I didn't know you could change the tick group. That's really nice. That's really nice. I didn't know that. Hmm. I don't know then. Maybe the component is forcing it off. Component has priority. Sound class override is UI sound. Component has priority. Figured it out. We did it, boys and girls and furries. You know why. Any more medicine? Where's my medicine? It's because of the thing on Discord. Did you send me something? Based Russia. Rare Russia W. Wasn't it Florida that passed a well, I think Florida wasn't it Florida or something that passed a bill where people who identify as furries have to be taken to the vet or something. I don't know. There was something. Mom takes son to vet who is a furry. Oh, it was Oklahoma. It was here. Students dressed as furries could be collected by animal control if new Oklahoma bill passes. Come on, I think that's kind of fucking funny. I think that's funny as shit. Oklahoma Representative Justin Humphrey says his bill is a bit sarcastic, but he's making a point. No, go for it. Do it. Do it, please. It'd be so fucking funny. Children who act like dogs and cats during school hours could be punished by animal control. Yes. Parents might soon have to collect their erstwhile kids from the pound. Students who purport to be an imaginary animal or animal species or who engage in anthropomorphic behavior commonly known as furries at school shall not be allowed to participate in school. The parent or guardian of a student in violation of this section shall pick up the student from school, or animal control services shall be contacted to remove the student. Sorry, that's fucking funny. Why are we going to bring in a litter box and put it in a room? Are they allowing those kids to actually use litter boxes? He asks, incredulous. If you think that you're an animal, that's a mental health issue and we need to get you mental health assistance. Some people are going to say, well, they're being artistic. There's nothing artistic about mental illness. Damn it. That's pretty fucking funny. But they're labeling fucking... What the hell? There's a Therian. We're gonna have to do a whole volume pass on this thing, to be honest, because it's as long as we get things into the right audio class, we should be okay. But we just need to make sure we do that. Experiences animalistic traits. Back in the Tumblr era. Oh. Yeah, I remember that era. There was a lot of IQ lost in the Great War of 4chan versus Tumblr. What is experiencing animalistic traits, though? What does that mean? I might have to take tomorrow off. I think it was very hasty of me to stream today, sadly. Speaking in howls, growling, meowing, non-ironic animal behavior. If it's non-ironic, is that not just a mental illness? Serious question. And I'm not saying like mental illness bad, treat people like shit because of it. Like, somebody who says, no, I understand I'm a human. I just like to act this way. Fair. You do you, right? No question people who pretend to be something they're not. True. Good point. Audio spline. Like somebody, you know, doing some weird animal things. You go up to them, you're like, "Hey, what are you?" They're like, "Oh, I'm a rabbit." You're like, "Okay, but really, what are you?" Like, "Oh, just, you know, I'm just fucking around. I know I'm a human." Cool, great. Maybe a little bit of mental illness, but who doesn't have mental illness, to be honest? We all do. Yeah, the people who don't believe they're fucking around, who actually are like, no, seriously, I'm a rabbit. Which they wouldn't say because they're a rabbit and rabbits can't speak English, right? That, in my opinion, is a mental illness. What do you mean rabbits can't speak? But the difference is, you know, that one is fake. You can figure out who. Crunch. Move here the cues. And delete that. You lose an argument, you don't use logic, it's all emotions and feelings based, yeah. Especially on stream. Actually, this is just me like fake arguing, to be honest. I just don't have much of a stake in this argument. But if you want me to be honest, people who don't understand that they're human, that is a mental illness. And that just needs to be treated. I don't know what it stems from. It could just be somebody who wants to stand out or somebody who wants to fit into a specific group. Because they want to be part of that group. Could be a way to escape. It could be a way to deal with trauma. I mean, it could be any number of those, any combination of them, right? I don't think sending them to the pound is going to help. Put it that way. Probably the opposite. That's just what they want anyway, right? If you want to stop these kids from, you know, becoming furries, then you should send them to the actual doctor. Because that would, you know, destroy their imagination. If they get sent to the pound, attention is very, well, certain doctors can help. I was an attention seeker in school. I acted out to receive attention. Any attention, good or bad, was positive for me. Like I said, it could be any number of reasons. I just think that they need to speak to a psychiatrist and therapist. You're right, but I think both acting out and being delusional are probably two things that are solved with mental health experts. Validation, it could be. Well, I mean, both could happen, right? And by the way, I was just joking about taking them to the real doctor instead. Realistically, if they're acting like that, they need to be evaluated. And just get to the bottom of why they feel like this is what's best for them, and if they can understand the differences between reality and their imagination. Because kids have very active imaginations, right? Who didn't have an imaginary friend at some point? But you grow out of that. You know, it's a way to express your desire to change reality based on your imagination. It's a way of growing up. "12 imaginary dogs." I mean, I think it's fine for kids to have imaginations, but at a certain point, at a certain point, there might be some trouble. What do I want to do? Okay, we have ambience crickets. We already used some of that. Fire, magic, cave dark loop. I mean, I was expecting to hear like some dripping. Cave. But there might be some drips. Water dripping slow. Ooh. People don't grow out of imaginary friends, yeah. They even go to special buildings to talk about them. You mean like psychiatric wards? Bit much. Being underwater. I don't want to say it. I mean, I think psychiatric wards do a lot of good help for people. You know, it's not like it's one flew out of the cuckoo's nest, right? Hopefully not. Not anymore, at least. I already have rain sound. We're gonna look at what else we have. It's a desert day. Desert night. I mean, maybe. I do think nowadays, though, there's just... I think there are more widespread issues of mental health issues. People are getting overstimulated, and I think with the rise of social media, it's become a very lucrative business to affect people's emotions and get them to do things or to donate money. Not like this is new necessarily, but it is a new avenue to do so. And there are a lot of avenues. I mean, I have a couple places where drips would sound pretty good. Here. But it's only if it were raining. It's like slowly waterboard chat with some ASMR. My god. Water flowing. Oh, see, now, see, this would be great for the river. It'd be so good. Sound wave. Use move. Make sure to set it to looping. I mean, we need one with like rushing water, and I don't really have anything with. I don't really have any like waterfall one. Not super important though. Set the attenuation on this cue. Override. It is gonna sound pretty large, isn't it? Yeah, actually, I think that's pretty good. Okay. Hey, Discern, how you doing? That's not what I wanted. I'm pretty weird going through the process of uploading my first Steam game. Dude, that's awesome. That's super exciting. Feeling better than me then. August, what's up, man? Supersized rescue squad. Resident sleeper, are you tired? Some screenshots now, nice. Went for too long, rip. I feel fine energy-wise, but I know that if I don't, I probably should take tomorrow off to rest my voice, because if I keep this up, it's gonna have worse long-term effects. Boom! Oh my god, what a name! I love the one tiny O. Wait, procrastinating working on HUD stuff instead of working on models. You are Boom. It certainly appears that way. You guys have to forgive me. I got pretty sick over the weekend, like fever and everything, and I have a really sore throat. That's why I had to take yesterday off, was just to try to get better, which I did, except for the sore throat and my cough. And now I think I'm making my sore throat worse by streaming, but I need to stream because I need to work. I don't know what to do. I could, I guess, do some non-stream work stuff, which I do have. Like a t-shirt, business card stuff, setting up some meetings. I'd make that cash. I don't know if I'm making any cash, but... I have things to do on the game. I can't hear it if I hear this in the background too. Go back. Oh, I didn't set the audio class. I'm stupid. Hold on. Which one is it? It's the flowing fast queue. Problem solved. Lady I started watching a few months ago. She wants to make the biggest MMO ever. Oops, wrong one. Ignore that. Not gonna happen. I mean, go for it, but... I love this sound for just this super fast flowing river. It's so stupid. Whatever. Any sounds better than none. That was my reaction too. I mean, let's put it into perspective here, okay? It sounds like it's a dumb, I don't know. It sounds really dumb. I don't have like the greatest sound effects to work with. Any sound's better than nothing at this point, so I'm just kind of going for it. Here is... Let's do it this way. No, I'm saying the audio that I used here was kind of dumb. The sound effect I have for the river. Here is the average scope of an indie game. Here is the average scope. Here's my game scope. Here is an MMO's scope. You just submitted my Steam page for review yesterday, so just waiting on Steam to approve. I don't know when I'm gonna do that too. I gotta jump on the bandwagon with you guys. I mean, I think it's cool if you want to make an MMO. I'll just tell you, it is one of the most volatile genres that exists. It is also one of the most expensive genres that exists. And those two things combined, put it this way, most MMOs fail, even the ones that have hundreds of millions of dollars sunk into their development. Because can't really find a good chart for it because MMO population sucks ass and considers Baldur's Gate 3 an MMO. Let's put it this way. It's because people are playing old school RuneScape, Final Fantasy XIV, and World of Warcraft. That's really the reason why. Average beginner dev scope number 3. The Baldur's Gate 3 a drop in and out co-op? Yeah. It's literally just a co-op multiplayer game. It's a co-op CRPG. Sound on a 16-bit project is pretty damn absent. Like if you want lasers and coin pickups, great. But if much of anything else, like splashes, glass breaking, cars driving, it's hard to come by in stock sound space, yeah. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't try to make an MMO. And you need, if you want, especially if you want to make an MMO, I'm going to tell you, you need like a few key individuals from day one. Number one, you need a server architect. Number two, you'll want a code architect. And number three, you'll want somebody in charge of security. That's the only way that shit's gonna work. And I'm only saying that because she said she wants to make the biggest MMO ever, right? Of course, if you're making something like really small, you may not need specific people in each of those roles, but yeah. Joke is that the average beginner dev wants to make an MMO. Yes. Okay, I get what you mean, yeah. Okay, I have this idea for a game chat. It's an MMO with a fully destructible environment, a 1-to-1 world scale, over 100 unique races, all with their own language and lore. The number of times I've heard shit like that, it's like... Okay. Make a game first where the player walks over coins and picks them up and gets score. I don't know how to do that. I know. I know. Boom, thank you for the follow, man. You get 2 free emotes as a follower. You get our lurk and our high emote. The Kaiju MMO that was in development an age ago. I remember Dreamland. You get the cat to wait. Is the cat free? I thought the... Wait, which are our follower emotes? Oh my god. I love that. 2D MMO where you actually played as the Kaiju. Oh. I remember that. It's hammering. Let me see. Let me check something. 'Cause I want to check this different sounds for footsteps. Is it here? Thank you for that. Pounding. Huge giant monster fan, so I was into it, but never got out of alpha, if I remember correctly. Yeah, friends, dude, cat's the best. Cats. It really bothers me when people say, like, oh, cats aren't loving, they're aloof, they're cold. Like, bitch, I don't know how you raise your cat, but every single cat I've raised has been an absolute cuddle monster. Of course, when they're kittens, you know, they're a little bit of a hellraiser, right? But once they get into their adult age, very loyal, very loving. I've had 2 cats in my life that would follow me around if I was just walking around the block. No leash necessary, they would just follow. Yeah, I think people just think that, oh, I buy cat exists, done, easy game. But it's like, no, you have to train a cat. You have to train a cat the similar ways you train a dog. You know, you have to discipline, you have to train its behavior. Just because it shits in a box on birth doesn't mean that it knows how to act properly on birth, especially if you get a cat that does not have other cats to learn behavior from. Some things are going to be inherent from its, you know, its nature, but other things you need to actively socialize it, right?
Ah,
Good morning.
Mert, thank you for the follow.
so, you heard anything about any, bounty hunters in these parts?
And
I
welcome to the
couldn't
stream.
say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. What was I doing? I'm looking at something. Oh, footsteps, yeah. First thing I want to check is the first-person character skeleton, wherever it is. Mannequins, enemy. There should be like an animation notify when the player's foot touches the ground, and I don't know how to set that up. What kind of game are you making? Welcome, Dave Guy. I am making an open world alchemy game. Collecting ingredients from the open world, and go back to your hut and make potions in a very free-form system. Show that later. And then NPCs will visit your hut and ask for potions, and based on what potion you give them, it can change the fate. Can you put Raycast on the feet? And I apologize, I'm still a little bit sick, so if I'm going in and out of being understandable, I apologize. Crypto MO Bitcoin ERP Sin. Can you put Raycast on the feet? So I think that's what this was doing. This was doing a line trace. But I still need to do an animation. I still need to do a notify when the player's foot touches the ground. I don't know if that's already existing or not. I don't know where that would be. Do. You know how to do it? Yeah, okay, tell me. Well, we still need to notify when the player is essentially. The problem is that it's also first person. Because it's not third person, I don't actually know if we have if we would have footstep notifications. That's all your potions to weeknights. First off, I want to know if we can actually do this with the first person character. I don't know if there is an existing notify. That's the thing. Well, okay. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay. There shouldn't be, because we're in first person. There should not be any way to notify that the player is taking a step. Check everywhere, but we might have to make it or import it. This is just somebody else who had done it on physical material, which is what I would like to do. But if we don't have an animation notify for the footstep, yeah, it's exactly for that. Okay, does the mannequin actually have notifies? Yes. It does. We could do timer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is just to do it on movement. Like how long the player's held. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, we could just do held down. It's yeah, it'll work. It would have been nice if we could just use the out of the box notifies, but understandably we don't have those though. How would we like to handle it? We only wanted to play once. We can do different things on land. It's around fiddle farting around, detecting the feet on the ground or whatever. Well, the good thing is that if we were, well, the unfortunate thing is if we were in third person, we actually have notifications for this already. Which would have been great. Alright, it is what it is. Chat, can you add an event to me that on begin touch with the result of get horny? If you have notifications, can you just always have the third person object around but make it invisible in first person? I mean, you could. No, I got this covered. I just kind of forgot that we were in first person and therefore we don't have feet, so we can't use the any animation notifications. Yeah, I mean, like it could be done, but I don't think it would be very performant to handle it that way. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could and then just delete the hands. I wouldn't be against showing the player's body, but camera might be weird. Because I mean, I could just change this first person mesh to be a third person. curious. Yeah. Here, the player can be a boar. Is that what we want? Make player boar. I'm dying, chat. It will be so cursed. It would be so cursed, wouldn't it? It'd be so dumb. I'm just fucking around. Don't die if you're not without the appropriate paperwork for that. That's true. I'm wondering if I have to go to the store for anything today. I don't think I have anything good to eat at home. For my throat. Yeah, whatever. I was thinking of getting some like chamomile tea as well, something relaxing. Add some honey to it. I mean, I could set timer, but I could also just do elapsed seconds with the player moving. Put in noodles with the broth, maybe some stir-fried vegetables. I do have some lentils. Could make some lentil soup. That could be nice. Okay, let's see. Let's do this, what do they do? Line trace by channel. Visibility trace. Yeah, I don't mind that, though. It'd be a little bit easier than dealing with timers, too. Let's try it. Make it. I wish there was just a boolean on here to ignore self. That you didn't have to go through this every time. Annoying. Oh, there is. Okay, chat, maybe I'm not fully healed from my sickness. Anything the player might not... Well... No, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I was misinterpreting my own thoughts here. Obviously get my location. I do a Z200 for the end. Add. $200's quite a bit though. You guys aren't going to be mad at me if I take off tomorrow, right? or just I should say indefinitely until my sore throat is better. Because I don't really want to have a stream where I'm not talking. Because, oh yeah, you're right. I have to subtract. I don't really want to have a stream where I'm not talking because that's kind of stupid. So I'll just try to do some non-Cauldron Chronicles work until my throat gets feeling better. Maybe play some games with minimal talking. I don't know. I really don't know. Voice is most important to a streamer, right? So. Not around that much. Yeah, but I don't know. I really need to work on this. I have 1 month, like roughly 1 month till I'm pitching this. I need to work on this, but I don't want to work on this off stream. I don't know. That's a good point. Yeah, let's make sure we're not falling. Do we have a... I think we would need to grab the animation blueprint. I think that's tied to the... I don't know where. Yeah, I would have thought. I mean, maybe it's in the movement component. I know it's on the third person. Head down, work on it, don't talk, maybe. I know it's stored here, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think it's stored in the first person. Is it a node? Yeah. Yes, it is. I mean, we could... I really do have some, like, non-Cauldron Chronicles things that I could do. Just to wait. I'm not sure, though. Text-to-speech. I set up a map here. Footsteps. Probably just an audio base or sound base object reference to physical material. We don't have physical material set up on the landscape materials yet, though. I don't know where the landscape materials are. I don't remember which one it was. Always forget. I always forget. It pisses me off. Which one is it? I swear it had the master in it. This one? I think it was this one. The only problem is if we're doing different textures, these are not technically different materials, right? But we could set... Yeah, right now it's none. But I want to make sure, I want to see if... How do I adjust the physical material based on the painted texture? I might be in the landscape layer info. I imagine it's within these. Yes, physical material, okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay, what footstep sounds do we have? Before I die. Bonus human vocal sounds. Wonderful. Okay, we will get all that open. I assume they're all in here, but we'll just double check that these are actually the ones being used. Content down. Footsteps. Okay. Alright, let's see. Please tell me these are WAV files. That is a lot. That is a lot just for fucking grass. I mean, we can do variations, which is a good thing. You know, we can have different cues for different variations. That's fine. That's cool. Let's just do one for now. Just one for each. And we'll start with grass. Make it easy on ourselves. We can also randomize like pitch as well, which is a nice way to add variance. The thing is, I don't think you can nest sound cues. I don't know why you would anyway. I don't know why I asked that. Ignore it. There's grass. physics. Physical material. I mean, I don't think we have anything with we don't need to mess with any of that right now. We just put it on a delay, right? I don't even know how long. Start with that. Okay, get. I think it's the find. We need an audio. To specifically set sound and then play it, right? I like how with this way it was doing spawn sound attached. Oh, I guess that's a smart move because that's when you're moving, then it'll drag the audio with you. Makes sense. That's fair. Will that automatically play it though? We are in 2D. We could play sound 2D. True. At location. Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I have a delay. Gonna lurk, try to finish reading. No worries. I just want to test it for now. Just try it. I don't know what happens if it returns a because we've blended these two together, so I don't actually know what the return would be on that. I guess whichever one is higher. So grass is gonna override the cobble, potentially. I don't know. Actually playing. Did we set that up properly? Should be. Why is the ongoing input action not functioning? Because it doesn't have the press and hold, it's just triggered. You could change it, that it receives that. Or just do a sequence untriggered. Be fine. Gonna spawn a lot of these, isn't it? Working. Or I'm not hearing it. I think it's not valid. I don't know why. I guess we just won't check if it's valid then. Or just check the base physical material maybe. God. Damn you. Weird. Yeah, the first scared me too. Do. Probably it's probably just resetting too quickly. From Friday, promise me a plank. Okay. I can plank. Even though I'm sick and dying. Being benevolent. It's not working. I'm just curious. For some reason that's being a bitch. I don't know why. Stupid sound. My brain's doing like, oh my god, I'm done. I can't talk anymore. It's over. It's over. I'm getting to the point in streaming where I'm just blubbering. Ignore me. Just quit. Just go to someone else's stream where they talk normally and aren't sick. I know what you want, chat. Okay, have a good one. I don't know why that's not playing. You. I don't know why I do a validation check. I wonder about something. It's just getting default physical material. It's not getting the right physical material. And I'm really scared, but I'm wondering if It's not updating the existing layer. No way, right? No default physical material. I don't know why that would be the case though, but I'm just curious if I paint the exact same material. I might have to rebuild. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why that would be the case either. There's no way that's how it's intended to be. Everything I've already painted does not have physical materials. I cannot add materials, physical materials, to the landscape layers because it does not update them. I'd have to repaint it. There's no way that that is what's required of me. I mean, I just tested it. It is true. Maybe there's something you can do to force it to update, but I'm telling you, I just tested it. I literally just did it too, and it is going to force me to repaint. So, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, only the place where I painted new. I mean, I can prove it too. I can just have it print the physical material. Instead of even getting one, it's just default. It's just there isn't one, except in the place where I painted new, which is the exact same layer. I made sure of it. It's this one, the one that's checked out. I just did that. I just did that. Well, you're lucky if you didn't have to, but I apparently have to. No, it's working. The tracing's working. I painted here a patch of the exact same layer, and it detects this fine. I can even prove it again. Here there's grass, right? No sounds, no output. It's working every second. No, it's that there's no physical material. I'm literally printing out the physical material that's being hit. There's none. There's no physical material on any of this. None of it. It's not a bad trace. It is legitimately there's no physical material. Even prove that too. Landscape, landscape, landscape. Every second. It's the landscape, no problem. Trace is working fine. What are even the outputs of this? Physical surface? Okay. Default, default, grass, default, default, default. There isn't any. It's the same issue. It's literally, there's no physical material on any of this. Even though it should be applied to all the grass. I have made one. Haven't I? Okay, so... Alright, let's make one then. Let's make a physical... surface, whatever the fuck. Where are they? Surface type 1. Grass. Enum, let's switch this up. Surface type. Come on. Fuck you. Stop searching. It's already done. Fucking hope. Nope. Default physical material. Gotta love it, right? Default, 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 no grass. Nope, not working either. I don't know why it's bugged. Here, this will be dumb. Let's do this. Duplicate our landscape. Is it smart? No. Will this break anything? Yes, probably. Nope. Still bugged. And certainly broken. That one. About what I thought would happen. Honestly, I thought that would happen when I duplicated the landscape, so makes sense. But it's not the trace. The trace isn't buggy. The trace is working, and it properly gets the material. I don't know why changing the channel is going to do anything. Like, it's working just fine. It's just that there's something wrong with that landscape layer, and probably all. There's something bugged. They're not missing. The trace is hitting every time. It's just that the information on this grass layer is incorrect. And I don't know why. We can change it for you though, just so it's more clear. Nothing. It's not even that this was not working either, it's just that for some reason this landscape layer, the grass on this is fucked. Probably all the other layers too. There's something with it here.
Hi, welcome again. Today I'm gonna show you
Not the wrong layer. The right one. There's one other, but it's not the one that's in use. It could be because they're named the same thing that it's being bitchy. But I mean, it was not getting... Oh, we'll see. Doubt it. Nope. For some reason, these things, the morning glories fell off again too. I don't get why it does that. Won't worry about that right now. It's the right layer, it's the right material, it grabs the material. The issue is that all of this grass in the entire level, all of it, does not update its physical material. Like some corrupted landscape layer info or something. Can I see which? even know which is which. The only thing I can think of is that it's actually just applied to the auto landscape, but the auto landscape just paints other layers. Or does it not? If it doesn't work that way, then that would be a cause. Because this is most likely auto landscape here. And only places where I've manually painted things, right? Like the cobblestone, we would have that. I don't know. Well, I can test that. Layer debug. I know what the debug does. Well, it's simple. We'll just put the grass on this. And if we hear grass sounds everywhere, then it's good. Yes, everywhere where there's auto landscape painted. It's because it's the auto landscape, so the auto landscape does not paint separate layers. Grass mesh. No, we just need to know how to apply this issue. Rebuilding the physical landscape materials. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Let me remove this then. The option that seems to sound like the exact thing that we need to do. It's weird though, because it usually warns you, like landscape materials need to be rebuilt, right? This didn't do it though. We're so close, chat. I just want to print out what layer I'm on. Is there a way to do that? Anyway. It's not a component, it's not a hit actor. The only way I could grab it is by physical material. different thing. We'll try this. When he says each time you update your physical material, you also need to update the landscape collision settings. We'll see if that's still the case 5 years later. Nope, that's not fixing it either. It's... God, it's really upsetting.
So what?
He's doing it with surface height, or surface type. What are they doing? I don't know what the hell he's doing. Oh no, I think my layers just... They're corrupted or something. I don't know what to say. Ugh, I don't know how I can fix that without repainting everything. Well, I suppose I could rule out the auto landscape layer being the culprit by just painting some auto landscape somewhere and seeing if the problem is still there. Specifically because it's auto landscape, not grass. That's weird. Oh, that's weird. And it doesn't grab any physical. No, I didn't mean to do that. Close it. Don't save. Don't save that. I think I'll have to look into this later. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually. I don't know what's causing it. Worst case, we just don't have footstep sounds, which it's really not that big of a deal. I really don't care enough. It doesn't matter. The more important is just having other ambient and sound effects and stuff. Those will give it much more wife. And worst case, we just play one sound effect for everything. I don't really care. Doesn't matter. But I'm gonna get going, guys, for today. I have to do some resting. I think I'm going to... I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try to fix my sore throat, because if it gets worse, I certainly won't be able to stream. And either way, I have some non-Cauldron Chronicles stuff that I can work on, so... I'll just try to get my voice better, and that way we can get back to normal. I'll let you know when, just, you know, keep an eye out on like our Twitter or our Discord, and I'll post something, I guess, somewhere when my throat's better. That's the plan. I do appreciate you all coming out for today, and for the raid, and for all the follows. You guys are great. I'm just gonna, I guess, play things by ear and see how things are in the morning, and if they aren't better, I'll post it on Twitter, and if things aren't better by the next morning, I don't know. Just a sore throat. I didn't see any like fungal infection, weird shit building up back there, so I just think it just needs rest and some honey, something warm. Make it better. Either way, I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for coming out today, and peace. Bye bye.